I've never played No Man's Sky before, but I can't say I don't know anything about it because it was a big like pit of controversy when it released. But I didn't follow that particularly closely. My understanding of what this game is that it's an ambitious space sim, and that one of the lead people involved in actually making the game was unfortunately also the person in charge of PR. And so said a lot of things out of excitement that ended up not being delivered in the final product when it came out like 5 years ago. I can't believe it was 5 years ago. But that now, after the game has been iterated upon for 5 years, it's actually a really, really cool game, and has mostly delivered on all the things that they wanted to add in the first place. So I'm excited to finally check it out here. We might get around to doing some multiplayer. I still don't know what the like basic gameplay loop is like. I don't know if they're trying to go for like a Elite Dangerous sort of a thing or a Star Citizen sort of a thing. I know that like making the big open space MMO is like the holy grail in this area of science fiction, and it seems like everyone's trying to do the impossible. So if this is the more like arcadey Babby's first space adventure game, I'm actually kind of excited to see that, because I'd like to see more abstraction and video gamey elements over something that's very simulation focused. So that's my spiel. Let's check it out. I haven't tested the audio for this game, so if it's too quiet or too loud, let me know. It sounds like it's a little quiet in my ear right now. Survival, normal. I assume survival is the default setting to play on. More hazards, smaller inventory, increased costs. Or is survival like hard mode and normal is what you're expected to play on the first time? Normal? Okay. That's fair. The game seems a little quiet, so I'm going to turn it up a bit here. We're going to just explore around for a couple hours so I get a feel for the game, and then if we get to a point where it makes sense to pop into multiplayer, we'll do that. What all changes in survival? Like, you have to worry about food and drink and tighter inventory space requirements, kind of thing? Whoa, I might have to adjust the settings. Not getting smooth frame rate on the title screen. Maybe it just needs to chill out there for a second. That's how the screen is. Okay. Permadeath is if you die, you're dead. So I guess maybe comparing to Minecraft is the closest comparison, or like Starbound? I guess we'll see. I'll find out for myself. I don't know if I want to have that spoiled for me just yet. But if you guys want to talk about stuff I haven't encountered yet, if you type !hide before your message, chat can see it and I will not be able to see it. I will ask chat directly, are these place names like actual systems that other players are on? Because I seem to remember that being part of the initial like controversy, right? That one of the promises made was that even though everyone would be really, really far away from each other, that you could potentially bump into another player. And then in the first few weeks after launch, people went out of their way to like try to visit the same place and prove that there was no actual online persistence to it. I assume that this is basically just a cover of loading screen for them generating the initial world that I'm going to explore. Yeah, I'm excited to finally be getting around to it here. Sure. Well, that's pretty true for a lot of these games like Minecraft or Terraria. Begin initialization. Trying this on controller. Can switch to mouse keyboard if necessary, but...
Life support systems activated.
Perfect. Prefer controller if I can.
Kinetic system online. Scanner damaged. Repair required.
Scanner damaged.
Aerial propulsion jetpack online.
Pretty colors.
Multi-tool and mining laser attachment operational. User initialization sequence complete.
Interesting. I don't think I was supposed to blow that up.
Falling.
Hazardous heat detected. Scanning. Perform a scan to find sodium. Scanner's damaged. It's critically damaged. I need 75 ferrite dust to fix it. Okay. Gather ferrite dust. Extract ferrite dust by shooting small rocks. Very small rocks. Okay. Cool. Got it. Feels pretty good to play so far. Repair the scanner damage. Press back to access the multi-tool inventory. Repair with A. Oh, so maybe this is a little bit more like procedurally generated Subnautica in terms of the core loop. That's cool.
Technology repaired.
Scan to locate sodium. Harvest sodium from small yellow plants. NA, I see. Cool. Well, that's nice. To me, I think that the world was totally authored instead of procedurally generated was a really huge sell for Subnautica for me.
Damage detected.
It was probably my favorite game of the year it was released. And I've always wondered, like, can you make this work with the procedurally generated world or procedurally generated worlds? Oh, a little ant creature. That's cool. What is this? Spore? Sodium-rich plants. Oh, I just pick it up. Okay, that makes sense. Don't destroy it. Recharge your hazard protection. Recharge with the quick menu.
Extreme heat damage detected.
Charge hazard protection with sodium.
Recharge.
No, that's cool. Okay. Hence, no giant red death thing.
Starship signal detected.
Reach the marked signal. It's a pretty cool opening. I assume if there are multiple players playing together that this is all just seed-based. I also wonder how they handle all of the like database entries to changes to these planets, you know, like I assume that you're not actually connected to every other player in the world, that there's like a temporary instance connection and that they wipe out player modifications to the environment occasionally. Otherwise the server would be like fucking massive. Just like lobbies, okay. I guess the universe is large enough that the chance that you're going to run into another player is already like vanishingly small, right? So they don't really need to deliver on the you could visit a planet and a person could have been there 3 years ago and touched one rock and we're going to save that somehow. It's cool. But because of the way seeds work, like, I could visit the same planet that someone else has been to, and we would see the same basic planet. I just wouldn't see anyone's modifications to that planet unless I happen to be connected to the same lobby as someone who had visited it and messed around on it, right? Reach the marked signal. Stress beacon. Boundary separation failure. Vessel emptied. Sentinel intervention. Deliberate transfer. Broadcast. Traveler anomaly detected. That's one of those things where it just sounds like that's not feasible ever, you know? Like, it would be great if they could do it one day, but... Got more to investigate with the ship, it looks like. Radiant Pillar BC-1. I just think that it becomes, like, unwieldy to maintain and distribute those edits to all players all the time, right? So you can't play this game if you're disconnected from the internet, which is fine. Controls react to my touch or that of my exosuit. Read log. Airship systems. You're going to need a bunch of resources, aren't you? Provide space and atmospheric flight propulsion. System is highly damaged and requires metal plating and a hermetic seal. Okay. Launch thruster is critically damaged. Restore points. Okay. Airship engines. Need metal plating, hermetic seal, dihydrogen jelly, pure ferrite. Okay, well, I definitely need more sodium, so I'll go do that first. Yeah, no worries. It's interesting to me. Okay, there is a sprint button. That's good to know. Got any more of that sodium out there, game? I do. Wonderful. Okay. Let's get on with it. I need more ferrite. Your mining laser, that's cool. I can see why this game would be addictive to play. General. Launch thruster, pulse engine, deflector shield, metal plating. Metal plating. Return to the starship to conduct repairs. Okay. I think so. Starship inventory, go to the pulse engine, and press A to repair. don't know if I'll remember how to do that, but I'll try. It's 4924G, like the name of my planet or sea or something, since it's highlighted in yellow. Where's a hermetic seal? Salvage a planetary chart from the distress beacon cache. And a new restore point. Contains a planetary chart. Take the chart. Planetary chart recovered. Open the inventory to view data. Highlight the chart and press X to plot a route. Plot route. That's pretty cool. Reach the marked coordinates. Okay. I feel like I love that this is the standard way to open a game like this, like Starbound, Factorio. Like, okay, we want to like gate your access to stuff, so let's crash you on a planet and have the tutorial be figuring out how to get off. I guess that's the entire game of Factorio, but it's just one of those like really solid premises, like starting your D&D game with the characters being imprisoned or in a tavern or something. Yeah, Factorio's great. Wall of flame detected. That sounds interesting. Okay, I gotta do the Skyrim horse / Mass Effect Mako thing and unnecessarily try to climb up a really steep hill here. Seek shelter in caves or buildings. Can I like crouch?
Technology recharge. Thermal protection falling.
Not great. I don't think hiding in there was actually helping me terribly. I guess don't answer this, but I'm wondering if this is like a scripted event or for the starting planet, or if like the planet I got is randomly generated, and so I wasn't necessarily going to have to deal with this every time. It's kind of cool either way. I see that.
Technology recharge. Thermal protection falling.
They updated the graphics recently. That's cool. Okay, so whenever I use sodium to recharge my thermal protection, it's always only in exactly as much as I actually need, right? It doesn't look like it wastes sodium.
Technology recharge.
Okay.
Thermal protection falling.
Hi, Counterfeit Bagel. Glad you enjoyed them. Well, that's a cool looking creature. Excited for a Metroid Dread. Let's hope they've learned their lesson. Well, that went well. Spooky scary, though. Oh man. We finally, like, achieved the dream of Spore. Remember Spore being, like... the game where the box art makes it sound amazing, and it's all, like, technically true, like the bullet points on the box art where none of them were wrong. It was like the first part's like Pac-Man and the second part's like Diablo, and it's like, that's technically true, but... Quick transfer. So if I want to take all this stuff, what's my best option here? Go to my Exosuit? Okay. I think I see. Random loot. Atlas pass required. Oh, that's kind of cool. So you can't just like luck out and find insane loot. You have to do some progression.
Temperature levels stabilizing.
That's cool. I think I still have a physical copy of Spore as well. Leaving behind in the fabricator might be of some use. I think that's what's going to be the sell for me. If this game does a good job of handling the, like, Metroidvania-ish progression element, that's what made Subnautica a blast for me. And part of what was frustrating about... I guess I haven't played Starbound as it exists today, but back during Alpha, it was really easy to just, like, skip a ton of progression by lucking out and finding something early. That bummed me out. Cryptid nav data. 10 nanites. Got a hermetic seal. My favorite kind of seal. Use the analysis visor to locate the starship. Requires installation. Can also be used to analyze flora, fauna, and minerals. Commercially valuable data. Additional resources. Okay, how do I get a carbon nanotube? Modify. Analysis visor. Missing components. Okay. Gather carbon. Shooting plants and trees with right trigger. That's interesting. So does carbon reveal when I scan? Or is it just anything that counts as a plant or tree? I should play bad games for the first time, that's fair. Yeah, Sonic 06 was a blast. At some point I want to try to do a, like, franchise focus on baffling AAA games. Here we go. So, like, it's not fun to pick on bad indie games or bad games from small studios, but games where, like, there's no reason for it to be this bad. How did this get released? Like Sonic 06 or Resident Evil 6. RE6 was another great playthrough for that. Okay, craft carbon nanotubes. I'm not sure I understand the crafting slots yet, how there's, like... Is this just saying that you're reserving an inventory slot for the item you're about to craft? I think that's right. Finalize installation. Access the multi-tool inventory. Visor. Nanotubes. The butt scoot animation, I know, right? Analyze objects for rewards. Test the visor. Oh, that's cool. This would be a big part of the fun for me, is going around and scanning as much stuff as possible. Do you get unique rewards for each unique thing you scan? Uh-oh. Uh-oh. Oh. Oh dear. Locate your starship. That's a good uh-oh, not a bad uh-oh. That was like when I got XP for chopping a tree and then got XP for burning the log in RuneScape. So that little, like, currency icon underneath the name of the thing I just scanned where it says 200, like, that's, I assume I get awarded that each time I scan a unique object for the first time. And then after that, it tells me what everything is forever. It's pretty cool. Very, oh, that was bad. Got that Metroid Prime energy scanning. Definitely need more sodium here. Jetpack depleted. So I assume all the names of minerals and stuff are just like procedurally generated. Maybe some of them are real. Because like there can't, I assume there's not a finite number of different kinds of plants that can grow. But I'm guessing they're like drawing from a preset list of possible plant types. Working on it. Life signs aren't great. So what determines your life signs? Like, am I getting hit by radiation? I noticed there's a radiation thing and a toxicity thing in the corner. Getting there. Different kinds of hazards strain your hazard protection. I see. That counts as a recharge down here. Charge with oxygen. Okay. I wasn't sure if that was something I was able to do yet or if it required me to fix the ship first. Oh, purchase stamina upgrades. That's neat. Is scanning consuming anything, like a resource? Is it using up carbon nanotubes or something? Can I just scan as much as I like? That's cool. Picking stuff up is pretty satisfying. Life support. Hooray! I'm no longer dying. Damage machinery. My scan range looks like it's pretty good too, right? Oh, that's kind of cool that it shows you discovered by and a timestamp there. Huh. So, theoretically, we don't know how big of a database this game is managing, but theoretically, like, if someone else had just been to this planet before and discovered that, it would show me someone else who discovered it the first time I scan it. But that's the dream. You can upload in the menus. That's cool. Repair items with A.
Component repaired. Technology repaired.
Pulse engine repaired. Launch thruster. Highly damaged, requires dihydrogen jelly and pure ferrite. Construct a portable refiner. Arched, sparse, flora. Advanced materials required. Deploy a portable refiner. Refiners transform simple materials. It's a crafting table. Okay. Refined materials hold more charge. Advanced technologies require refined materials. Find dihydrogen using the scanner.
Thermal protection falling.
It's not uploaded, other players can't see it. Maybe that's part of how they're able to manage it. How do I need something to be able to gather these, or hold on? Can't just hit it with a mining laser. Oh, there we go. Okay. They don't have to be accepting database edits from every player constantly while they're playing. They can just accept the one upload file at the end of a session. That would certainly make it a little bit more reasonable. Need a little bit more. Paddling on dick-shaped bases. Still like to joke that one day they gotta make a Jackbox game called Don't Draw a Dick. Anyone checked out that new Jackbox game? Not from Jackbox, it's called like Use Your Words or something like that. Finally, an indie dev is trying this. Open the inventory, press A to craft things in slots. Okay, so it is like reserving an inventory slot. It's weird. It makes sense, but it's strange to me. I'm used to crafting somewhere else and then it just giving you an error if you don't have the inventory space for it, you know? Grease the launch thruster. Pure ferrite. To get an AI dick filter. Construct a portable refiner. So it requires a metal plating first. I need oxygen first, okay. Ooh, I gotta hoof it for oxygen. Yikes. So that's kind of nice. So they're basically like doing a lot of abstracting here. Let's just say that oxygen is healing and sodium is hazard protection, that kind of a thing. Like, that's good enough. We don't need to do like those crazy Factorio mods where like every single chemical is broken down into its real world equivalent. I don't know, that's a good question. Maybe people can answer and hide. Exploding poison gas plants. No, I don't. I think I trend towards liking things to be arcadey. Like, I think the actual process of abstracting a real-world process into something that's more video gamey and bite-sized is fun. It's cool to like make that connection and be like, oh, I see what they did there, you know, versus just trying to go for raw simulation. It's like, I'll just go outside. Deploy the portable refiner, access the build menu. Cool. And I can pick it up. And it has a little beacon so I can find it. Fuel it.
Technology recharge.
Ute. Pure ferrite, place ferrite dust in the refiner's input. Okay. Oh, and it takes real time to process. Interesting. Collect pure ferrite from the refiner. Here are the launch thrusters. I think I'm understanding the menuing a little bit better now.
Prepared. Technology prepared.
Turn to your ship. Seek answers among the stars. Use right trigger to take off. Whoa. That's pretty neat. They just like, you just take off immediately. So I imagine the like vast majority of these planets has to be, oh wow, that's actually not the opposite of what I was about to say. See, the vast majority of these planets have to be boring, Mass Effect 1 empty hellscapes. Procedural generation nonsense. Oh god. How do I land? It just told me to start flying. It didn't give me any more tutorials for what buttons to press while flying. It's just... Jesus Christ. I wanted to check out that building, but I think now I just need to get out of here so I can start getting tutorials again. It's pretty cool for escaping the atmosphere. I assume the game gives you a tutorial eventually on how to actually pilot this thing. Euclid Galaxy. You discovered this. Test flight controls and thrust. Whoa. I like the color scheme of this game. Test boost with B. Hold left bumper and right bumper to test the pulse engine. Ah, hyperdrive, okay. Try not to fly directly into his sun, shall we? Answer the communicator. Identify yourself. You are not alone. Set up planetary coordinates. Input the data.
Alert. Navigational data received.
All the coordinates to the signal source. So I assume the game is doing some like cheeky loading shenanigan when you're on the when you're like flying out of the atmosphere. Cool. Arrive in 1 hour. There's another one behind me somewhere, it looks like. Oh, boost is quite nice. We're just praising the game for doing a good job of concealing it. Oh, planets look pretty good from a distance, too. So I can scan this guy, too. No, that's neat. Paradise planets. I appreciate the 3 different modes of travel. Unmapped. Oh, pulse drive auto pirates to coordinate markers? Okay, I just saw that in the corner there. I was worried I was going to crash if I did that. Unavailable. Hey, now it's telling me how to land. Thanks, game. I feel like they should have put that a little bit more on rails once they first let me fly off the planet. It did say fly to the stars. It feels decently good though, I'm impressed. Landing sequence unavailable. Too high to initiate landing. Hey, there we go. Cool. Neat. Refreshing breeze. Low sentinels. Excited to find out what sentinels means. Flora and fauna. Oh, upload and rename. That's kind of cool. So it has some kind of procedurally generated name, but you can also submit Dickbutt69 as your planet. A little like worm thing. So why am I not able to... Do I have to like do this beacon thing before I'm allowed to start scanning normally again? So I can find my way home. Activate a target sweep. Oh, I see there's different modes on the bottom. Little worm buddy. 1 of 9. Nice. Alright, so I'm not understanding what a target sweep is. Hold on. Is it about... Follow the directional indicators to find the signal source. Just keep following that. As long as it's beeping, that means, oh, okay, and it's got like a hot-cold system. Gotcha. That makes more sense. Oh, the atmosphere looks pretty cool. You can see the other planets nearby. I've always been addicted to that kind of thing in space sci-fi. Target objects and hold R1. Okay. Cute. Yeah, I know, right? Whoever left the message is long gone. Failed to reach station. Choice but to go underground. Deployed base computer. Oh, that's cool. So this is your way of getting upgrades. Extract plans. Portable Land Registration Service. Contact Universal Cartographic Archive to establish ownership of land. Ah. So it's a way to reserve areas so two people can't build on the same space. So I assume you have to have a handshake with the network before you can start to do that. So people don't build in the same place at the same time and then try to do that at the same time. But I imagine that like the chance of that happening is, again, vanishingly small. Advanced terraforming device. Reshape regions as they wish. No shit. That's more control than I was expecting this game to provide. Select terrain manipulation mission in the log. Multi-tool upgrade. Allows the mining of valuable ores, direct from the earth. Reshapes the world, digging tunnels. Terrain manipulator. I like this objective guide in the corner. It looks like it's... I don't think it's on rails. I think it's completely context sensitive, or it's like if you need hydrogen, it'll display that. And if you already have some, it won't, you know? So I feel like it would be pretty easy to get lost in this game without stuff like that. Yeah, terrain manipulation seems like a diminishing returns kind of thing. I think it definitely means that they're not actually, oh, that's cool. Ships. There's no way they're actually sending everyone's terrain edits to the server, right? Maybe for like a limited group of players. But you look at even like the size of a typical Minecraft world, which is about as simple as you get. Like all that's doing is taking a seed and then registering all of the changes you've made chunk by chunk and block by block. And those worlds can get, the files can get fucking massive really quickly. Of course I have to destroy plants and trees. Oh, that's nice. They show up on the scanner. Oh, it's deuterium. Never mind. Jetpack surge. There's a max base complexity. I see. Wait, so if I don't have any more mining energy after total power loss, punch trees. I see. That's kind of funny, actually. Yeah, I guess I haven't seen the
Technology recharge.
craft a hydrogen jelly. I haven't seen how the terrain manipulator actually works, but if it lets you like level a hill precisely, like just thinking about how much you have to save in order to show the difference between the seed value of the hill and their modifications to the hill. It seems like a nightmare to try to store in a database. Craft carbon nanotubes. Sorry, trees. I need your precious resources. Mm-hmm.
Product constructed.
Might craft more of the same item. Create additional carbon nanotubes. Okay, cool. Install in the multi-tool inventory. Neat. Oh, it's certainly manageable for a single player, especially if there's a complexity limit. I'm just saying, like, if the No Man's Sky dream is that everyone is connected to a single giant MMO server and everyone can go around modifying planets and, like, shaping the environment, that gets unwieldily huge and impossible to manage after some point. Activate the terrain manipulator with Y. Use the analysis visor to locate deposits. Oh, that's cool. Copper deposits. Tag. Okay, that's exactly what I want. There's like a theoretical minimum size, though. If you think about how saving your world file works, right? Like, you can say, instead of having to say, all right, you know, remember the modification to these 8 contiguous blocks and save each of the blocks as a separate value, you could do a typical compression thing and just say, well, there's 8 of them and they're all cobblestone next to each other, right? That saves you a little bit of space. But the more crazy changes you can make, the harder and harder it is it gets to save that and distribute it across players without having enormous comical load times. I should see how big the this channel's Minecraft server is up to. Alright, terrain manipulator. Oh, that's cool. Nice. So you can make yourself a little cave now. Oh, this is a much better planet than the last one. Chromatic metal. Ah, gotta use the refiner. Still need carbon, which I have plenty of. Goes there. And I need copper. I like going with elements for this. That's kind of fun. Exosuit. Oh, and you can automatically deposit to your ship if it's close enough. That's kind of nice. Find a suitable area and deploy the base computer. Head back to where my ship is here. So here I don't need to have any hazard protection because it looks like there aren't any on this world. That's nice. I feel like with the extremely helpful quest UI in the bottom right corner, it's really easy to get tunnel vision in this game and not realize how gorgeous this is. It's pretty great, especially with the ring on the horizon there. I meant like atmospheric hazards that I have to constantly be managing with sodium. Hazardous flora. Nutbagia. Wonderful. They got little gestures, that's cute. Access the build menu, base computer, please. Searching archives. No prior claims on this site. Claim base. Sure, why not? That's cool. Talking about doing something like this in Minecraft for a while. I know that they have a thing where you could have like realms where different maps would connect to each other. I'm sure there are mods that do that where you like would get to a place on the map and it would teleport you to someone else's server. Search the base computer archives. Okay. Storm sweeping across, construction supplies low, depositing shelter plans. No. Cute. Now we're all the way Minecraft. Construct bases as shelter from harsh environments. Expand your base by earning new construction blueprints. Return to your base to store and process items as you explore. Wooden. Floor uses carbon, I see. That's fun. Missing carbon, okay. Oops, so we need to switch weapons around. Punch the trees. Yeah, right? I get, in these kinds of games, I like the zen of just like flattening an area. Build wooden walls. A little room here, that's cute.
Incoming storm.
Build a roof. Need ferrite dust, okay. Starfish rock. Oh, there's a storm. Good timing on the storm, apparently. Build a wooden door frame. Wonderful.
Base computer online.
I love that it's still made of wood. I mean, it makes sense. Where'd my base computer go? Does that get a marker? Here we go. Construction largely a success. Recovered salvaged data from nearby. Additional subterranean devices. Build deployable research module allows the user to convert old or damaged technology modules into advanced construction blueprints. So I guess that's part of the dream, is like finding old tech and getting blueprints out of it, but it's procedurally generated as opposed to the authored blueprint mods that you can find in Subnautica. I feel like there's some cool ways you could do that still. Like, you could make it so that you always find the blueprints in a set order. Oh, that's kind of neat. So your hazard thing regenerates when you're somewhere safe without you having to spend resources on it. Expand your base by earning new construction blueprints. Dig up buried technology to earn new blueprints. Power your base to enable advanced technology. Use teleporters to instantly return to your base during your travels. This is a really great tutorial. I'm enjoying this so far. And I think that they've done it in such a way that if I needed to do one of these things they've already taught me, that I could bring up a context-sensitive tutorial in the corner again. Yeah, thanks for putting this on your subblock, Katie. Create magnetized ferrite in a refiner. I guess I don't want spoilers for this, but I'm wondering if at some point it becomes trivial to amass like a fucking shitload of carbon all at once. Tech, portable, refinery. I'll end up expanding my base to make room to put these inside later. Carbon.
Technology recharge.
Place ferrite dust. Which is not the same as pure ferrite, right? Didn't I just get a bunch of ferrite dust? Oh, I have to scroll. Okay. Then I can change my output here. Or does ferrite dust always give you pure ferrite and then you have to... Hold on. It's not the same thing, is it? Magnetized metal. Ah, okay, so it's tier 2 ferrite. Makes sense. I see. They were trying to teach me a second ago. I understand now. This works pretty well given that it's like a stick-driven cursor. Alright, craft carbon nanotubes. Gather carbon from plants and trees. Boom. I got a star bulb. I mentioned this in every relevant game, but I highly recommend the Folding Ideas video. Oops, I accidentally did a colonialism in Minecraft. It has some interesting commentary about how these games are so popular, where you like go around and you tame the wilderness, right? It's not critical of these games and saying that they're bad, but it's interesting to think about that it just seems like an unalloyed good that we go to these planets and like fuck up all the trees and level the landscape and build cities and machinery and the like, right? Just like baked into the culture. There is a game that's the opposite of that called Terra Nil. Polar Brewski had it on the subblock. I think they're making a non-pixel art version of it now, which makes me sad because I really like the pixel art version. But it's a planet that's already been like destroyed by industrialization, and you have to go in and use technology to like restore greenery and life to it, and then leave no trace. But it's cool because it's still like a Factorio style factory game. It's the same core loop. It's called Terra Nil. There's a free or cheap version of it on itch.io, I think, and then there's an official version coming out to Steam that's going to use updated graphics, I think in the next year or so. Yeah, it's cool. It's a good teaching tool, too, if you know anyone, like any kids that are into something like Factorio. That's probably enough carbon to last me a minute here. Carbon nanotubes. These have a max stack limit, I assume, once that bar fills up at the bottom. Okay. Deploy the construction research unit. Interesting. It's another little computer. Like a thing that I load resources into to find new blueprints. Research buildable technology. Oh, a little tech tree. How smart of them to delay showing you a scary tech tree until an hour into the game, and then also locking most of it. I love it. You have to spend salvaged data. Ah, okay. So there's a degenerate resource that you earn, maybe comparable to like the shrine rewards in Breath of the Wild, and then you spend that on authored upgrades in a tree. That's how they solve the procedural problems. You're not just running around and find like a, not 80-hour endgame upgrade on a random planet. I like it. Okay, cool. Insufficient salvage modules. So we gotta go find some salvage modules. Explore the planet and locate buried technology. Recovered technology can be spent on new construction parts. Use the analysis visor to locate buried technology. Now, is that a target sweep type thing? No. Plant life. Cargo drop. Oh, is it damaged machinery, maybe? Let's go scope that out regardless. That's basically what Terra Nil is. The last thing you have to do is, like, you build all these, journey milestone accomplished. That's cool. It's a good achievement. One of the last things you have to do is you have to go through the process of destroying all the machines that you built to green up the landscape before you're allowed to leave. Damaged machinery. Living slime. Nutrient source unknown. Interesting. Okay, so that gets me nanites, which are also kind of a fun degenerate resource. Knowledge stone. What the fuck is that? Oh, I still don't have the Atlas Pass. Okay. Fires an advanced mining laser. Neat. That progression stuff is my jam. That's what would keep me playing in a game like this, like upgrading my mining laser and being able to do things that I previously couldn't. Pental. Oh, never mind. I misread that. Sure. Viscous fluids. Mild magnetic properties. And I guess you could just make a game like this where the game is tracking how much trace you're leaving on the landscape and doesn't let you progress until after you've minimized it or wiped it out. Memory of the VIII. Huh. 2 large aliens locked in combat. 1 triumphs, leaving their victim to bleed to death. The name VIII floats in my vision. That's cool. Huh. You learn the VIII word for VIII. Oh man. It's hard to play this game and just, like, engage with it naively. Like, I keep wanting to ask, like, okay, how does that actually work? Like, are there a finite number of languages? Are they bound to a solar system? Is there, when the seed generates, a set number of little knowledge stones that you can learn words from? I don't actually want to know those answers. It's fun to speculate right now. So please don't tell me, but that's still cool. Twisted metal. Interloper. Neat. Buried technology. That's what it looks like. Okay. We want the terraforming thingy. That's pretty cool. I like that. Copper.
Incoming storm.
Superheated rainstorm, you say? So I'll head back to my ship real quick. Area discovered. So this makes me really interested to see what this game was like on launch, because this seems like a pretty complete experience right now. I imagine it wasn't like unplayable, but it was, my model of what was going on was that it was just a problem of the developer being the PR person and being too excited about what he eventually wanted to do with the game, and it not really being like the kind of marketing fuck up you would get from something like Cyberpunk, you know? That's cool, you get a little base screenshot. No, I can't easily move these, can I? Okay. I can't move the base computer, I guess. Maybe I can build around it later. That's cool. How many, can I see how many of these I have? Is this displayed on the screen? I have 2. Base teleports. Personal teleportation device. Move quickly between the constructed bases, as well as any space station terminuses. Cool. Alright, what else is in here? Can I see the rest of the tree now? Biofuel reactor, power generator, converts carbon-based fuel, usable power, connect power generators to base structures and technology to the wiring, save beacon, record their progress at any time without even getting in your ship. Okay. And there's building more stuff. I really like this salvaged data concept. That's fun. I assume if you play this game enough, you kind of get a sense of the best way to go about collecting it, but if in the meantime it's effectively just, here's a reward for walking around on these cool procedurally generated planets, then that's great. I feel like the way you organize your incentives in a game like this is really important to whether I'm going to enjoy it, right? Like, if you make this beautiful generated world, these beautiful generated worlds, like, I will not explore them for their own sake. If I find out, they're all basically like flat Mass Effect worlds and it doesn't really matter, I will burn out on them pretty quickly. But having like a cool little resource like this that you use to get progression technology that gives you a reason to run around other than just doing it for its own sake is great for me. Hello. More salvage data. Love to see it. I do like when games do go to the trouble to include features like that, because it's like the kind of player who's exploration oriented and will explore these worlds for its own sake is still going to play this game whether or not it has good incentives for a player like me to explore them, right? So everyone can win. Yeah, that's a good comparison. Beetroot. Was this one I already did? Okay. Guessing that's listed on the scanner in some way. So there's like a basic limit to how far I can scan, right? Dense carbon gives you more charge than regular carbon. Oh, that's cool. Armored clam. Sure, going in the water here is going to be a good idea that I'm not going to regret at all. It's probably better to just take my ship over there. There's a zoom, you said? Do you know what the zoom... right stick. Okay, thanks. Does the zoom actually change what's visible? No, I don't think so. Okay. What's been showing me the button in a prompt for a while? Hello. I guess it wants me to rename my base. I'll do that now. I'm really bad at having a default like name for like an airship or a base or whatever. Let's just be really boring and call it Mars. Wait. Even better. Mars again. Yeah. Okay, so I think I just have the one salvage data right now. Figure out what I want next. Do you want to make my little teleporter guy? Save beacon would be nice. I want to craft metal plating. I can do that in my inventory. Oops, that wasn't on purpose. Move and stack. Thank you. Need more ferrite dust, okay. Oops, that's right. Hey, Serp, how you doing? I really like the whole, if you run out of mining laser, you can punch trees to get carbon thing, like, it's cute. It's like a little nod to the origins of the genre. Alright, which one did you get, sir? Pfizer? Moderna, right. I had Moderna. I got really bad fatigue after the second shot, but other than that, I was mostly fine. Metal plating. Gather sodium. Can do. The second shot fatigue was like the next day. I woke up feeling like garbage. Pretty much just like if you've ever like stayed up way too late, gone to sleep at like 4 in the morning and then had to get up at 6 for a flight or something. That's how I felt, even though I had like 8 hours of sleep. Yeah. First shot was fine for me as well. This game does a really good job of training you on its like basic UI interactions by having the opening tutorial have you do that like 20 times before they take off the training wheels. Oh, let me scan this real quick. Looterhoit. Construct a base teleport module. Like how it's still a sci-fi woodhouse. Oh, that thing's pretty big, huh? Okay. Insufficient power. Supply power, powering the base of the mission log. Learned biofuel reactor. Okay. So that one is the other thing that I didn't upgrade. Pick the save thing first. Cool. Metal plating and oxygen. Power, biofuel. Oh, that's kind of nice. A little separate camera for making it easier to place it. Missing components. Okay. Hold up. And I think I need more oxygen, so... Where's the oxygen at? There we go. Whee! I don't think I have any complaints about this game so far. This is really good. I haven't been like gushing about it because I've just been having a good time. It's really well done. Did they ever officially re-release this to try to like get a new round of reviews on it? I've seen a couple devs do that where they're like, No Man's Sky 2021 or whatever. Get this other bit of oxygen. It'd be good to have more life support materials. I saw on the box art I grabbed for the game it was called No Man's Sky Beyond, but I think that's just the name of a patch for it. The updates are relentless. Nice. Interesting. Oh, this thing is pretty over here. What's this all about? Star brambles. Pretty. Haz-Mat Gauntlet required. Cool. Well, that's very exciting. Analyze the geode with X. I see. That was something I broke apart while I was mining earlier, presumably. Okay, learn electrical wiring. This electrical wiring is free, I think. Wonderful. That's nice of them. So that's cool that, like, you have to learn the reactor, and then you learn the electrical wiring, but it doesn't prompt you to do it until you've gotten up to that step. They've thought about this. High capacity electrical wiring. Use wiring to connect power generators to your base. Most technologies, as well as structures with embedded lighting systems, require a power source to operate. Connected to switches. Tech, power, switches, wiring. Ah, I see. Some carbon in there. Targets Biofuel reactor and begin placing wires with the right trigger. Snap wires into parts are placed along the ground to lay out paths. I think I did that one correctly, right? Okay, I must have had a specific one that I had to plug it into. Your bases. That's neat. So I have to have at least one other teleporter for that to matter. But also the reactor. So is it burning fuel at all times, even when I'm not using it to teleport? Yikes.
Base computer online.
Turn to the base computer. I will do so. That's construction research. Oops. Meeting 16 from the space station. End of archive. Records interrupted. Predecessor left their base and headed to the space station. Investigate the space station. Off planet. Didn't mean to do that. Can I pick these up once I place them? With launch thruster 0%. Okay, so that like little pause there is dropping the planet, presumably. It's a cool space station. Wonder where it wants me to go. Explore the space station. Stable life support systems, commercial monitoring. Override code, one station override. Interesting. Oh my god, other sapient life. Wonderful. They don't look particularly helpful. I wasn't expecting like shops and stuff like this. This is pretty cool. Hyper-sized alien doesn't seem aggressive. When I blink, I see that same red light that stared at me at the distress beacon. 16. We are watching you, traveler friend. Find what we have left you. The words are not their own. The string of code is echoed back to me through the red glare. I like the dungeon master narration text. That's kind of cool. My base computer can make something of this code. Every system has a space station serving as its hub. Speaking to life forms aboard the station brings the chance to trade, learn words, or gain standing. Oh, cool. So I think I can switch to... Oh, I thought it was a mission there. Maybe not. Purchase improvements. Calibrate our visuals. Well, we gotta be like blue, right? Whoa, these are pretty cool. These are fun. I like that they don't give you this right away, they just like throw you into the game. Definitely gotta be chubby. I can finally be a floating ball of energy like I always wanted. You know which one I'm picking here. Oh yeah. Do I have a color option or is that gonna be later? Didn't mean to leave. I think that this appears to be free. I think there's a color option, right? I don't see where it pops up though. Maybe I have to do it on a different one here. One. Backpack. Cute yellow backpack. Oh. Banner. What is that? Oh, it's like the name when people see me, basically. Emblem. Oh, that's kind of cool. Sure, why not? A little lightheaded. Exosuit upgrade. New suit slot. Costs money though, which I don't have. Inventory upgraded. I did have some money there. Okay, that's cool. I don't have like a buggy yet. Add slots and improve multi-tool class. Ah, okay. It's gonna take a while to be able to unlock. I feel like it's the worst of both worlds to both be a floating ball of energy and still have a body, but I guess I need to interact with things in the physical world. It's the fucking worst. You discovered this. So, hold on, wasn't there a thing, can I like teleport between the station and my base once I have a teleporter, if it's powered? Okay, I just didn't find one. I was hoping it popped up and it was like, hey, there's all this stuff you can do in a space station, and then that's not an actual quest. So I gotta head back to my computer here. Now, once I've discovered the station, does that unlock it as a teleport location if it's powered here? Now my base wasn't visible from the planet level, right? Is there any way to get there faster? I guess it would have to be to go back into space and then try to find it and do the pulse drive to reach it. Oh god, fuel remaining. I don't think I've noticed that I could run out of fuel. Yikes. Wait, I'm confused. So if I target the navigation marker and pulse, it'll get me... Tries to auto go there, I guess. What do I need for fuel? Alright, give me my quest. Traveler finds their wings, fly to us, and claim your place among the stars. Reach the decoded coordinates. Oh, was that there the whole time and I didn't see it? Objective marker tunnel vision is very real for me in this game. Pretty cool looking. Advanced light mining laser required, okay. Oh, you can summon your ship, that's cool. Reach the signal. I'm gonna try. Holy shit. Wow, that's pretty cool. So I imagine for individual players, once it picks your planet, they like force spawn some special mega structures like this for the quest. Navigation data required. Quest log. It comes for the stars. Take flight. Hyperdrive blueprint is for a conventional starship, not a freighter of this size. Someone placed this here after the crash. Chromatic metal microprocessors. Cool. Okay, hopefully this actually registers as a quest this time, because the station one did not. But I'll try to remember. Begin hyperdrive installation, acquire components, purchase microprocessors, refine chromatic metal. Still need the navigation data. This would be a way to quickly get my ship here, though, under normal circumstances. Summon vehicle. Launch thruster's not charged. Alright, well, I'll try to head back and fix that now. Yes, yes.
Technology recharge.
Can you completely avoid falling damage if you time your thrusters right before touching the ground, regardless of how far you fall? I see. Rusted metal. Alright, so if I get in here, light support fuel, tubes, metal plating, this is for crafting, right? Launch thrusters, Starship launch fuel or uranium to charge up your launch thruster. Okay, how do I get launch fuel? I think usually here it would give me like a tutorial on how to make it.
Technology installed.
Microprocessors, which I have to buy, I think they made it sound like. Crystallized dihydrogen. I can just make that here. We need the jelly first, basically. Get metal plating first.
Constructed.
Then I need a bunch of dihydrogen. Okay. I understand. Making money. Sell items for units. Find trade terminals. Mine precious metals from asteroids. The mission board on space stations is a good source of income. Visit the mission board to find jobs. Install an economy scanner to gain access to economic data. And trade routes. Farming can be lucrative. Wow. These are all things I wasn't expecting to pop up. The crystal fragment was just a chance to get from dihydrogen, I guess. This is my starship inventory. Okay, I was confused.
Product constructed. Technology recharge.
Okay, that wasn't as hard as I thought it was going to be.
Product constructed. Product constructed.
They have one as a backup in case I screw up later. So I can't preview what this is going to do without there already being some carbon in there. Can I, like, split the stack so I don't give it all of my carbon? Change stack size. Here we go.
Technology recharge.
Ah, here we go. Beauty. Pretty loading screen. It's like an oil puddle. Assume it's impolite to just like scan people. Oh, they're Vy'keen. Learn some of their words. Just a random map. Exchange specific charts. Ask for help. Gather data from these towers. That's cool. It's fun. I'm enjoying it. Interloper. What's up, Engineer Ubu? Let's dialect help. Oh, that's kind of cool. Friendship symbol. Neat, so the NPCs can act as a knowledge stone too. Already learned. Huh, nice. Help. Thanks, that was nice of them. It's cool. Alright, so we need microchips now, which is a neat way to introduce you to the economy. It's kind of cool that it tells you whether you visited someone before. Let's have something furry in their pocket. Practice language. Interloping. Oops, bad word. How about the travel symbol? Vy'keen word for where. Cool. Different dialect. Like friendship. Important words. We learn the 4 basic words, I guess. Let's try mystery. Learning trade would be nice too. I learned the word for the. Perfect. Just what I always wanted. Let's do trade. Give. Okay. Technically a robot person. Oh, wonderful. I'm glad I learned the Kovacs word for that. Alright. Learn 5 words. Neat. That's exciting. I like that as like a permanent character progress thing. I've learned 8 words. Interesting. Buy, sell. Yeah, that's pretty cool. Alright, this is... I hate to ask this question. Is anything vendor trash in that its only purpose is to sell for money? Or does everything have some other purpose in a crafting system or whatever? And if there is such a thing as vendor trash, is it marked in some way? And I guess there is no such thing as vendor trash. Slime. If it says junk, does that mean it's vendor trash?
Units received.
Like the rusted metal? I'm gonna sell it for now, otherwise I'm gonna freak out. Still need way more, so... See, I can get money by scanning stuff, right? That's a small amount. Searching around, finding more things. Does it care that my system is not powered? Ah, okay. So I can always go back there. I just won't be able to warp back out until I power it. That I was worried that I was gonna have to keep every single teleporter powered indefinitely. Uses are listed in your inventory. I'm a really bad hoarder. I'm actively trying to push through it. I was doing this recently in Roller Coaster Tycoon, where it's like, I'm gonna try to just play the game even though I know I'm playing badly, because the alternative is for me to freeze up and do nothing. Okay. Sweet root. Edible plant. Process to generate edible prod. So I might find one later on that's like... It'll say trade somewhere when I'm looking at it. Cool. Hazardous flora. Okay. I didn't notice those little boxes on the side before. I'll know to look for them now. Word clam. Yeah, I don't think it changes what I can scan. Let's keep doing knowledge stones. These are fun. Push the button right away. Well, I thought I already scanned it. Maybe I scanned a similar one. Buried knowledge up there. It might have. I scanned one of those things earlier, but it might be like the same kind of basic creature. Copper. I guess I can like mine and sell copper. Armored clam. Weapon charge depleted, okay.
Technology recharge.
Space station terminal, okay, right. That's the place to sell stuff, basically. Oh good, I'm glad this is a thing I can do. The scanning part is a lot of fun. Humming sack. Oh god, seriously? Did I destroy it by accident? I think I did. Nope. 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 Yeah, this has been kind of feeling like procedurally generated instead of authored Subnautica, so I'm digging that part. Health restorative, star bramble, bunches of ores. Ooh, this is what I live for. Yeah, so like these ones, I think maybe I haven't scanned them. Thank you. I think there was another one, maybe it was even on a previous planet that was also exploding. Oh, you get extra credits for uploading them beyond what you get for just picking them up at first? The thing keeps freaking me out, making me think I found something really cool. Humming sack. I don't know if I can get back up out of here easily. Oh, that's cool. A pearl. Now let's scan these, I guess. Can I? Maybe not. Yeah, right now the quest to get 95,000 units is overriding all other quests, and I don't think there's any on the list here. Yeah, just awakenings. Install the hyperdrive. So it gave me a pop-up earlier as though it was a guide for, like, here's how to do all the things on the ship, but then it didn't actually show up as a objective marker. Lasts longer against the wall, really. Okay, so there'll be plants that give you like an abstracted resource like Marrow Bulb, but there might be a bunch of different unique plants that all provide that same resource. Cobalt, pure ferrite. Neat. That thing's nuts. I guess maybe that's one I already scanned a while ago. Makes sense. So for another player to be registered as having discovered it, they have to have been on that exact planet. Sure. And the only way to see that somebody else has scanned it is if you visit a planet that someone else has been on. Which it seems like you'd have to go out of your way to do. This is fine. Yeah, I know, I'm just exploring the cave right now. This is the first cave I've found in the game. It's all been open fields up to this point. You a fan of No Man's Sky, Mark? Enjoying it so far? Liquid physics in this game, can you like flood an area if you're not careful? Five years of like apparently constant patches. Let's see what this clam was all about. That's cool. The advanced mining laser. Okay. Doo-doo. Thought I had a buried thing over here and I got distracted by, yeah. That cave. Thanks, oxygen. Is the plus next to the sodium symbol like a particularly large patch of it or something? Already scanned that guy. All right. Screw you, local wildlife. So, paranormal echoes, Babe Ross, like, there's supposed to be a point that I can get to where multiplayer suddenly makes more sense to do. Can I rush that by trying to focus on getting these, microprocessors that I need money for? I'm trying to figure the best way to get money. Oh, that's a little silly right there. Hey, I'm able to get it. Thanks, game. If we can't do it today, I'm okay with that. It's been fun to just kind of play through it. I would like to play with you guys at some point. Is this the thing that I already scanned? No, it's a different exploding plant from the one I scanned earlier. There's maybe as many as 3 of them on this planet. Crashed freighter. Oh, okay. Yeah, thanks for being sensitive to that. I'm just wondering if, like, focusing on money is going to put me in the direction of that, or if there's something else I can do right now that would get me there that doesn't require the money focus.
Units received.
I see. Fireflies. Little space wheat. Well, this isn't the same as the freighter. I don't think it is. I might just need to say screw it and just like try to get a bunch of copper and stuff and sell that. Oxygen. Is there any limit to the number of the base elements that you can store? Residual goop.
No free
Oh.
space in suit inventory.
When did my inventory go from tons of space to no space? Did I pick up something that was really huge? Condensed carbon. Oh, it's slot based for the most part. Okay, I guess I didn't appreciate that before. Can I discard? Thank you, Goop. Okay, I'm gonna go sell some stuff to make inventory space. I spent some of my money on one inventory slot upgrade, right? Can't land here. So they're gonna be like not red if it's able to land. Ah, there we go. What's up? So launch thruster is something you have to spend every time you leave the planet. Yeah, I think I want inventory slots over just about everything else. I see. Okie dokie. The selling stuff is on the opposite side. Okay. Hey, look at that. Okay, should have been grabbing more of those pearls earlier.
Units received.
I need to get inventory space back. I'll worry about finding more of these later. Wheat. Poop.
Units received. Units received. Units received. Units received.
Cobalt's okay. Looks like going for copper's not amazing. Oh, I have enough now. Okay. Oh no, I need a little bit more. My bad. I'll sell the copper, it's fine.
Units received.
Buy microprocessors. Oh god, I'm stuck. Okay. Is there a marker for this option? Earn 75,000. That's a specific amount of units. Mission agent. Oh, you can buy them from the global market? Okay. So do they, is there a pattern to what they sell? Because I thought there were other merchants on the other side.
Product received.
Thank you. Chromatic metal was... Oh, of course. An idiot. It's fine. Oh, a buy-sell shop. Narrows it down. The other merchants, I assume, are like trading specific objects. $828, $371, $263. You win. I assume it's bartering and trading for specific objects. Alright, here we go. Try not to fall off the ledge and die. I need 250 of this. Might have enough now. But I'm just gonna get more here while I'm here. second. Andrew needs something. I will try to walk here. Unless it just stacks indefinitely. Sure. Oh, when I warp, it brings my ship back with me? I didn't realize that. It's kind of cool. $10 is the minimum. Okay. I guess before I warp, I gotta make this shit. Let's do that first. Wish it didn't default put so much in there, you know? So you can run several of these. Andrea needs something for her HOA meeting tonight, so I'm sending the email while we wait on this thing to craft. That's fine. Finalize the installation. Alright, well I wasted some carbon there, but... Yep. Pretty much. Just out of curiosity, that doesn't work. Okay. And I'm a boat. Oops, wrong button. Heck, hyperdrive, chromatic metal microprocessor. Hyperdrive installed. Hooray! Now I can go much further away, presumably. Don't crash into something during the auto diagnostics report, please. Warp cells, I won't be going anywhere. I need to find a source of antimatter. Well, of course I had to just leave the... Form the planetary scan from orbit. Okay. So once that little hiccup happens, I've technically left the planet. Target locked. Where? Hello, other planet. Oh, is this my starting planet? The boiling one? New title unlock. The Robust. Interesting. So is it possible I could have loaded in on a paradise world and not had to deal with any boiling bullshit? Or do they always try to spawn you in on a hazardous planet to make sure you understand the mechanic? See if they try to put you on a hazardous planet and then there's always a safe planet nearby for you to build your first base. These are the things I scanned earlier, I think. Yeah. They look almost the same as the other ones. Hence my confusion. Whispering egg, you say? Biological horror detected. Oh god, no kidding. Well, that's a thing. Jesus Christ. Oops. Oh, thanks, Frankenstein quote. Save is every time I leave the ship, fortunately. That's convenient. I wonder if they put them by this antimatter thing on purpose. There's ammo right out here. Inventory lost. So is it lost? I think I missed that icon, unfortunately. Return to death location to recover items. Ah. Dying may damage install technology. So do I get a, like, map marker of my death location? I think that's what that is. Gravestone. Would not have called that No Man's Sky has a gravestone mechanic. Neat. Oh, that's the thing from the title screen, or the box art. Cute. Or the evil, bad, no good eggs that we don't want to fuck with, apparently. This is good. And fine. Corrupted terminal. Remove the corrupted material. Interesting. Fogged with an unnerving, pulsating slime. Oh good, an eye. You will find us when the time is right. 16, 16, 16, 16. Chromatic metal and condensed carbon. Uncontained usage is not recommended. Neat. Let's craft antimatter before assemble antimatter housing. I can just craft it in empty slots? Wonderful. Guess I already have some of the shit for it. Oxygen ferrite test. Craft a warp cell. Use antimatter and antimatter housing.
Falling. Product constructed.
Hooray! Fuel the hyperdrive. Okay. It just did a forced camera thing. Okay, no, it was just... It looked like they kind of like camera lock it, like something bad was about to happen, but I don't think they would do that procedurally. Alright. Up we go. Gotta do launch thrusters here soon. I can do it from here. Quick menu, recharge. Oh, nice.
Technology.
That's nice.
Technology recharge.
Launch into space to test interstellar systems. Galaxy map offers a wealth of information about nearby planetary systems. Browse nearby systems, something something. Cue the galaxy map music. Oh, that's pretty cool. That's pretty neat. Your free look? Ah. So this is like, you have to go along a set path, I assume, right? Hey, thank you, book club. If you need to bounce soon, no worries. What have y'all been playing lately, though? No, it just said to look at it. Warp to any other system, okay. I'm digging it right now. I never played it when it first came out. I just knew that people were mad, but it's enjoyable. They've done a decent job with the whole procedural generation thing. Usually, like, I'm all about authored content, so I really like Subnautica, but don't care too much for something like Starbound, you know, unless if it's like really tightly constrained procedural content like Terraria. So, I haven't seen too much outside of the tutorial. $16.16. What's kind of neat? So the different space stations have different shapes. I thought they were all that like big arrow shape. That's ominous. See ya. Thanks for the raid. So once I land here, it's already unlocked as a warp point. Shape is different, but there's going to be a bunch of dudes in here. Okay. What are they selling? I'm good. I have a feeling that almost all of the space station content is degenerate across every system that you visit them in. Yeah. I guess you could consider each station as having like a set number of each kind of race. Or maybe the race is relevant to the system that you're in. The last one primarily had VIII on it. And at some point you can learn some number of words on each station. It's like an NPC, I assume? Yeah, okay. Scholar Entity Bob. Dialect help, please. About a technology symbol. Research. Babel 17. Ruto. Looks like they're mostly Korvax here. Yeah, it's the same as the last one. Okay. I see how it works. Oh, interesting. So you can always go back to your bases, which you can only use this to warp to space stations in the same system, presumably. It's cool. Learn 10 words. The automatic guidance is not to the space station, but I've got it saved now, presumably. Okay, so I don't have to use launch to get out of a space station. Gotcha. Sweet. Amaroot, copper, uranium, ferrite. Insufficient fuel for the pulse engine. Tritium or pyrite? Oh, that's interesting. I had to do this before. The photon cannon, you never run out of resources for this one. It's interesting to figure out, like, what do they do to keep you from soft locking, like how you can punch trees. Tritium hypergluster. If you get stopped in space, are there basically always asteroids nearby for you to shoot?
Technology recharge.
It's cool. No, jeez, Rana. I want to say asteroid mining is a thing in Elite Dangerous as well. I was talking about how this game seems to work since it tries to avoid the content degeneracy problem in clever ways. Oh shit. And a game that did not do that for me anyway was Elite Dangerous, where it's like, oh, I get it. This is 7 million different trucking missions. But it looks like you're traveling through space to these really interesting locations, but not really. This place is pretty cool. Let me do the target sweep thing first, I guess. Props it to people who are super into Elite Dangerous. I know that the series has a storied history. But I think it's kind of like a sandbox toy. Oh, that's kind of cool, radiation protection. Neat. Little ruminant guy, what's up, buddy? So do the different kinds of hazards that you have to protect against require different elements to protect? Is it always... Have they abstracted it to sodium equals protection? Whoa, that guy's cool. Lux turtle. Discoveries. So I could like name this thing, that's kind of cool. Oh, that's cool. And you get some nanite clusters for doing that? It's neat that they incentivize you to do that. Oh shit, did that just give me a bunch of extra rewards for not just taking the default name? Ah. Neato. Well, that was possibly a way to get a bunch of money earlier when I needed some. This thing's pretty gnarly looking. Part of the Anomaly. Everything about it is so obviously alien. Is it traveler? Is it friend? It is friend. Is it first? Is it last? It is last. Not how I'm being spoken to. The monolith is ancient. They seen the Crimson Eye. Both. Likelihood of anomaly exceeds safety parameters. Breach detected. Boundaries fall. The walls collapse. Your universe awaits. So it's the sentient ball of light. It's alien to me. People that have a ball of light and a dummy thick dad bod, like, that's just normal for me, man. Have you ever considered that maybe it's you who are the alien? Magnetized ferrite. That's actually way further down than I thought it was. Maybe not. Should get some uranium though. It sounds like that's important. Wonder how many years this game would have to be live and what kind of player count it would require in order for you to have a reasonable chance to land on a planet that another player had been to just through normal play. I don't even have any sense of the scope of this game, but I assume that it's silly, like Elite Dangerous. Space cactus. Nomad. They're an OP scanning speed upgrade. Sodium, okay.
Recharge.
This is a very, like, populated universe in No Man's Sky. Oh, there's a mineral?
Units received.
Supervillain helmet. Or uranium. Neat. Oh, Lux Turtle.
Units received.
I feel like there'd be a strong case here to, like, intentionally limit the scope of this game, you know? Like, to not do the, oh my god, Minecraft is 100 billion kilometers and 7 million Earths or whatever the fuck, right? Like actually try to make it so that it's a populatable space, and then start from it being a small space and then dynamically expand it as your player count goes up, as opposed to starting from comically gigantic. Muminubis. Thing's cool. Oh, it needs to be charged.
Technology recharge.
Okay. Yeah. Yeah, I remember that was the argument. I was like, oh yeah, you know, you could find each other, but the world is so gigantic that there's no way it would ever happen. But then, like, people went out of their way right away and ended up on the same planet and were able to demonstrate that they couldn't see each other, right? That's carbon, nice. Oh, that one requires an advanced mining laser. Oh, I just got a microprocessor? No kidding. So we need the Atlas Pass, which I assume is a progression thing, so you can't get crazy endgame materials early, which I appreciate. Yeah, exactly, Spiky. I'm still dubious, Walter. I feel like this is something that you're more likely to have kept your ear to the ground about. Like, I'm dubious how much of this game is online and uploaded right now. I'm assuming that when you go to upload something, there's no way it sends everything. Like, it can't send your whole base. It can't send all of the, like, minor mining adjustments you've made to the planet. Because I know that it stores 99.99999% of it just through the seed, so everyone gets the same planet when they visit. And I could imagine them sharing a limited amount of data between, like, a lobby of maybe 20 players at any given time. Yeah. It's just an interesting thing to think about. I think they want to create the illusion of it being this giant MMO where, like, every single person's database submissions for every single planet are saved in perpetuity, but, like, my hard drive is melting at me mentioning it from across the room. Explore nearby planets or search in a new system. I see. So at this point, they're kind of just telling me to explore. I don't have a direct mission to head to, I don't think, right? Explore the system. Oh, that's kind of cool. Dominant life form, the Korvax, so that was correct. Conflict level perilous. Locate your benefactor. Oh, I'll try to do this one, why not? The amount of storage we're talking about is like petabytes, depending on what gets stored, right? Like it's reasonable if it's anytime somebody manually uploads a name for species X that you populate a database with that name. That's not the end of the world, but like it can't possibly be every single miniature modification that you make to every single planet. There's just no way. So they have to be hand-waving or ignoring most of that. When you do the thing that claims a planet for a base, is that the entire planet, or is it a significant, like, plot of land on the planet? Well, the seed doesn't require anything to be transferred around. Like, that's the magic of it. I think the original Elite game did this like 30 years ago, where they had a explorable world that was larger than the Earth, the surface area of the Earth. It'll roll the same for everybody that goes there. There's nothing to store, right? But modifications are the trouble. Yeah. Save file will tell me how much information it's sending. This place is pretty. Wow. Sky looks great. Paradise planet. Toxic gas bulb plant number 872. Some kind of like panspermia thing for those things. I like this one. Should be my base. Follow me. Oh, that's kind of cool. It wants you to find all the different kinds of creatures and flora. So there's like there's a finite amount that can generate, a knowable amount that can generate on every planet. Okay, I was hoping that they were going to have some rules around that. Paraffinium deposits. Knowledge stone is almost certainly Korvax, since they're the dominant life form. Four of 12 species. Hooray! Oh, there's a big thumping or other back there. It's that big boy.
Units received. Units received.
He's pretty cool looking. Oh, that's cool. There's like some screen shake and haptic feedback when you're near the big guys. I like that it gives you a red dot to scan some of these.
Units received.
Yeah, it's cool. The Dream of Spore. I wish there were red dots for more than just fauna, or is that something I could unlock? Because I'd love to have red dots for like all the little things.
Units received.
For unscannables? Hooray! This planet seems to really want me to scan every unique thing, so...
Units received. Units received.
What's the red icon in the lower right corner? I got cool noises they make. That's fun. Ah, sweet root. Okay. We got a fuel problem, basically. Wisdom of the Korvax. Sep knowledge. He's a cute little guy. I notice it's not giving me pop-ups for scanning everything on the planet anymore.
Inventory full.
Oh shit, that's not good. Alright, well in that case I should head to the starship or build this. I wasn't gonna make this into my base, so I might have enough resources to start building one of those guys. Do I need a building, or is that just for fun and to hide from things? Yeah, it's those dragon things from Terraria. But no, are we having frame drops again? Had this with Roller Coaster Tycoon around this time. Carbon and oxygen. Buildings seem to be cosmetic at the moment unless I need to take shelter. I think the frame drops may have stabilized, but I'll keep an eye on it. I can always try switching to the San Jose ingest again. That worked on Monday. Sorry to spook you. Yeah, I figured from the way you phrased the question. Alright, let's see. Base computer. Need chromatic metal. Finer. Need metal plating. Now, can I, like, move stuff easily into my starship inventory? Yes. Okay, I see. So there are certain things that want to be in your starship inventory. Ferrite dust. I guess my thought was maybe it's a good idea to make multiple portals, because then you can jump between them without having... Or can you not use portals across systems? Okay, so you can pick up to drag and then tab to it to drop it. Okay, thank you.
Product constructed.
Go down to 5, but
Technology recharge.
oh, did I run out of copper? I maybe had. Oh. So hold up. We need chromatic metal, and chromatic metal is... Do I have a thing that shows me all of my crafted products? Copper, cadmium, emerald, and indium. Oh, there's some copper. It's pretty far from me, but... salt. Since every system has a space station portal, that's enough. I see what you're saying. But it looks like I couldn't go from... The reason I'm doing it is because I couldn't go from this space station portal to the original space station portal. I could go from here to my home base. Was that just a glitch or something, or...
Technology recharge.
Big fan of the pink sky.
Units received.
Right. 5. Oh, I gotta do a lot more minerals.
Units received.
You have to mark it as interesting? Oh, geez. It's because you're going to run into so many different space stations that most of them are not interesting. Didn't show in my list earlier. Creature pellets required. Creatures are able to predate on each other. That's kind of cool. This is pretty cool. We haven't seen a big old thing like this before. What's with the fucked up... Oh, I'll try to go over there and figure out what the deal is. That's what I was headed to anyway. Looks like that is a long drop. I haven't seen any giant chasms like this before. That's kind of cool. Every now and then I feel like I've got a handle on like their terrain generation system, and it throws a curveball at me, which is nice. Impulse beams. Would I be able to mine this with my ship if I brought it over here? Oh, shit. Really need to, like, start freeing up or earning new inventory slots. This is getting pretty bad. I guess this hasn't actually been worth terribly much. I just wonder because the deposit is somewhere that would be hard for me to get all of it without falling to my death. I don't know if your ship can mine at all. You have pretty good range on this thing, though. Better than I was thinking before. Okay. This thing does vacuum up everything that you destroy, right? It's not lasering things and then leaving them on the ground if you have to go pick up. Yeah, I thought the range on this thing was like right in front of my face. I didn't realize it seems to be almost line of sight based. And I thought I had to loot stuff that it would just drop on the floor. Jetpack power surge. Whoa! That's cool. Get a temporary little buff. Neato. I didn't even think of them doing stuff like that. That's very fun. So the different like life forms can have different activity cycles, it looks like. Next word for traveler. Teleporting to previous system stations is a progression unlock as you do the Anomaly quest. Thank you for looking that up. I appreciate it. Slightly different, big boy. And to continue the Anomaly quest, I pretty much just have to keep doing scanning stuff on planets, it sounds like. Or does it specifically want me to warp to the next system, and each time I go to a new system that progresses it? It said something about warping, but it wasn't specific. Use a galaxy map to search for clues. I see, thank you. This was fun, Paradise World. I'm gonna go see if I can buy a shitload of inventory slots. I don't like having to leave whatever I'm working on once I run out, and I won't worry about building a teleporter here then if I can get a teleport to the space station later. Kind of interesting that you have the launch thruster thing. Like, I'm guessing that's to stop you from just landing on a planet and bailing instantly. But I imagine you also get to a point where you don't have to worry about it at all anymore, you know? Access the communicator. You are not alone. Please identify yourself. You left me. Tell them you're sorry. Sorry, cop. Where are the others? Craft creature pellets. All creatures will eat creature pellets. Feeding will calm creatures and allow you to approach them. Yeah, that makes sense. I assume since this isn't Elite Dangerous, the travel times are mostly for... maybe it's loading? Some of them have got to just be for flavor, but... See ya, Katie. I don't know if I'm going to be able to do multiplayer since I haven't gotten to the threshold we were talking about. But I'd be super down to do it next time if we can figure out the best way to make it work. Yeah, no silly 60-minute stuff like Elite. Gotcha. Which one was the space upgrade? Was it this one? Oh, can you only get one upgrade per space station? That's kind of cool. I mean, it sucks, but I appreciate it. Gives you a reason to give a shit about the different space stations. Paranormal, what do you think? Like, is it appropriate to try multiplayer here in the last 30 minutes? So I can back out and try to set that up here. Like I should get a projectile at some point. It's maybe a good idea. Probably going to regret getting rid of anything that I know I can use for crafting. Impulse beams. Oh my god, salvage data sells for everything. Because you want to use it to research for stuff. Using a refiner to create glass. Selling the ones that I only have a few of, you know? And I know that I want to use for something else. Okay. Yeah, cool. Paranormal. So, like, can you explain to me how the multiplayer works? Because I don't think I really have my head wrapped around it. Basically, if I pick multiplayer from the main menu and instead of being in my campaign zone, whoever's hosting the game, I'll like load up on a planet in the same system as the host. and then I'll be able to like visit and people can show off their base and that kind of thing. Let's see. I guess I'm worried that if I teleport back to my base that I won't be able to get back here. Because I don't have the different stations saved and my base is in a different system. And then when you leave multiplayer, does it put you back to where you were when you go back and you select single player campaign again? Yeah, I'm glad I didn't warp. I'm excited to scope that part out. Looks like the frame drops are back. Jeez, that's not great. Oh, this one's pretty too. I love the colors in this game. You can always teleport back to the base. Okay. You haven't left the Great Plateau until you do a few more of these main story warps. I see. Hey, those cabbage things. Gamma dust. Little turtle. Oh, I need more oxygen. So like a shooting star, that was kind of cool.
Radiation protection falling.
Superconductive lock. Okay.
Technology prepared. Technology.
Glad I didn't sell those. Extract records. Artemis is the pilot's name. Ooh, an upgrade for my mining beam. That's exciting. Hermetic seal. Which I pretty much need to recover from ships right now, I think. Oh, shit. This is cool. So wait, is this just like... These aren't actually, salvageable. I guess almost everything is destroyed anyway. Add ship to collection. Well, that's kind of cool. My carbon nanotubes. Oh. Where's my old one? I assume it's still out there. Need to find oxygen. Didn't realize I was out before. Can I, like, scan for my old ship? So I don't think it was super far from where I landed, but now I don't know where it is since I claimed that ship.
Radiation protection falling.
There's some oxygen. Yeah, I completely lost track of what direction I was traveling in when I first got here. I think maybe it was this way.
Technology recharge.
Is it? Does this game make multiple autosaves? Here, let me Google it real quick. Shut your ship down to a crash when you can claim ownership of the crash ship. Okay. I wouldn't be able to summon though if I don't have my if it doesn't have the ability to land, right? If I ran out of lander fuel and just be hosed. So if I wanted to take everything off of this ship, how do I do that? It does need fuel for coming to me, because earlier I tried to summon it and it said it didn't have enough lander fuel, so it wasn't able to land. So your primary starship somewhere? Okay. It looks like switching it is just flying into it. Can I do anything with this ship now? Okay, so, like, you're talking as though I should have known that after I accepted that new ship that it despawned my old ship. I just assumed it was somewhere on the planet and that I couldn't find it, because I didn't know where I left it. Incoming message. When you claim it, you can't take any of the equipment on it. Okay, I guess it was all broken anyway. Been in contact before. Whoa, that's cool. Wow, my computer does not like this cool room. Now it's okay. Is there a person here? Oh, invite to group. No kidding. Speak to the station inhabitants. This is like a hub area. Paranormal Echoes, you still around? I think this is what you were talking about, right? It's a place you get to that obviously seems like it opens up multiplayer. It's a cool looking alien. Thanks for the nanites. Oh, that's cool. This is where you get extra rewards for doing some of these specific things. Ask about Gemini. Nice to meet you. Ronus, huh? Carbon nanotubes. How did you ruin my nanotubes so? Egg sequencer? Oh god. Interesting. Making custom creatures, maybe? Yeah, this is very Destiny, isn't it? It's neat that they don't start you at this, but I guess the story of No Man's Sky feels a little all over the place because it's like, oh my god, I'm alone in this empty universe, and then it's like, nope, there's a station and it's full of sapient aliens, and you're like, oh, I guess there's lots of aliens everywhere. Oh, I guess there's a multiplayer hub? We have, this is before a portal. Nod with respect. Holy shit. Okay, so these are like player planet bases, I guess, and my own. That's neat. Oh, now I can see both of them, it looks like. Alright, well that's cool. To do something to get your base featured or something. Ask about Artemis. They're lost to us. Ask about the space station. Speak with Polo. I like the frog people. Gex, I think. You are where they should be. Space Anomaly is a hub for travelers, a nexus that unites them. Wherever they are in the universe, use non-Polo's home to meet other travelers, undertake missions, earn nanites, and upgrade your equipment. Okay. So it's like an optional way to play the game that's like multiplayer focused, that's not directly with friends. So there's like 3 modes of play. There's playing it solo, where you're unlikely to ever run into another person. There's playing it with the Nexus, where you get paired up with randos in like a lobby. And then there's multiplayer mode, where you like specifically sync up with another person and end up wherever they happen to be when they're hosting the game, I think. That's pretty neat. This part reminds me a lot of Warframe, in what it just like feels like to suddenly happen, you know? Still advanced mining laser is probably what we actually want to work on next. Hermetic seal is a carbon seal. Craft or purchase a hermetic seal and a wiring loom. The hub isn't totally multiplayer focused. Does it connect to my other quests and stuff? Purchase wiring loom from space station trade terminals. Are there trade terminals in the Nexus, or just the Nexus is not a space station, I guess, right? Really? I thought that was all just multiplayer. Okay. So this stuff was added post-launch, but has been integrated into the main story, I guess? I say, like, the Warframe feeling of, like, you walk into a planet and it plays a cutscene where it's, like, out of nowhere, not appropriately paced with the story to that point. You're like, what the fuck? And someone's like, oh yeah, that was added 3 years ago. Totally made sense to someone who had been playing the game hardcore for 5 years and just kind of walked into it. But now it's just kind of out of nowhere. You have data on planets. There are new tech blueprints. That's interesting. I appreciate that they did that instead of just making another system that's not integrated. What the fuck? Because that's how Warframe feels at times. And a lot of these, like, games of service titles, like Destiny 2. Exosuit upgrades. Holy shit. Haz-Mat Gauntlet. Zero with nanites. Extra life. Advanced movement. And you need these other things. Ah, you're just buying the blueprint with the nanites. And nanites are like exploration achievement currency, it looks like. Personal refiner. Oh, okay, that's cool. So you don't have to keep placing one over and over. Coolant, thermic, toxin, radiation, aeration, shield lattice. Just anything that has to do with movement would be nice. Oh, is the translator like a way to bypass the normal way of learning languages? Because that seems kind of fun. I don't know if I want to do that. Airburst engine. Fly and sprint longer, yes please. Lets you fall and be able to jetpack, I guess. Huge leaps of ease.
Item received. Item received.
Phosphorus is probably tougher to find than I'm expecting. I'm going to save the rest of them for now. Browse a huge array of base parts. Here we are. N words per sentence for free on top of what you already understand. I see. Oh, geez. Okay. So this is a bunch of cool, like, oh, dang. Did this tree get increased? Because this is a tree that I already had access to. Or is this tree only in the Nexus that I can do these? 2 different substances. Nearby buildings. Hey, Dark Souls messages, that's fun. So it's just mixed light, basically. Light, noise. Some of this stuff is really mechanically useful. Must be installed in a base, but doesn't require power sources.
Items received.
For the large refiner, I think. Antimatter reactor. Can be left to harvest reality paradoxes and convert them into antimatter. That's fun. Romer Geobay. You got water bases like Subnautica, it looks like. Yeah. It looks like something I'm going to need for main progression. Right. And then I want the large refiner, because that can also make things I can't currently make. What to do? Find Artemis. Thanks for not letting me leave this place. I thought I was done. Always welcome here. So then complete Nexus missions is optional and not integrated into the main story. Search for Artemis. Reach the black hole. So we think there's a regular shop down here somewhere? Like Galactic Trade shop, this thing maybe? Friends Adrift. Oh, these are missions. Okay. Okay, I don't know what any of that means yet. I'm gonna worry about it for now. Turn to space. And I always get back. I'm nervous about warping now that I can't always get to the other stations, but it looks like the Nexus goes to the other stations, maybe? Recent should be available everywhere, okay. Oh, the long search is over. Found a crash ship. Ask about the 16. You don't know who you are. Find a way to boost their signal. Okay. Oh, you can just call the Nexus to warp to you, so you can warp around really easily. Because whenever you warp to a location from, whenever you warp to a location from a space station, your ship always follows you to that planet, right? So you can pretty much just use the Nexus as a way to warp anywhere, anytime. So you're not really meant to spend a lot of time flying around in the ship in space. We're about at time here. I'm just trying to get somewhere that makes sense to wrap. Future Marstead, you got a bunch of quests you can check out. Press the hamburger button to look at that list. You got a bunch of new crafting blueprints to use as well. Try to make a secondary refinery. You probably just want to focus on crafting and finding buried ingredients for a while. I know next session you're likely going to do some multiplayer with Babe Ross, Paranormal Echoes, and El Albert. But maybe ask them for some guidance, see if we should do a couple things at the start, or if we've seen enough of the game to just jump right into multiplayer next time. There's a lot of things you got to buy from shops. There's a reasonable number of things that you should sell from shops. The main reason you came here is to sell some stuff. Check the teleport menu. Maybe expand the base on the first planet, since it's a decent planet. I guess I'll do the selling right now. I got a couple minutes here. I think they wanted us to buy as a wiring loom, which costs 57,000. So try to get some money for that. Definitely go to some new space stations to get more inventory slots. That's going to help a lot. And I guess you don't have too much that's worth selling at the moment. Yeah. Cool. And then confirming that this thing does in fact say your bases, space stations. Oh, it only shows the one. But I guess if I go to the Nexus, then I can get to both of them. So maybe there's just some jank for it right now. And I think these are just randos that are showing up now, because these are like people that are connected to my lobby or world server or whatever. So maybe once we play multiplayer, we'll be able to use this to pop around and check out other people's planets. Check on the base computer now that it's easy to get there. Okay, cool. Thanks, folks. This game has been fun. Thanks, Katie and Matt for getting this on Subblock and helping with it, and Lisa for donating the time. I'm excited to play more No Man's Sky. This is a cool game.